Alrighty, I am good and ready to continue. I spent a little bit of time just kind of unwinding, chatting with my friends, seeing where they've gotten, and I went and leveled up Reaper 2 levels, so it's at 72 now. And then Sage is literally just equipped. I've messed with the hotkeys. There's a lot of it that I still don't quite know how I want to go and set up. As you can see, like, there's 2 holes right here. Because I'm basing this around how I normally do most of my healing classes, so. And Reaper's got these holes right here just because I feel like they're going to be filled with some of the later stuff. But yeah, right now it doesn't really matter too much since my main thing will be doing Dragoon, but it's still something that's, I don't know, it's a little bit, I feel like it gets a lot trickier with each new expansion of like how high of a level they're throwing you at starting this class with. Because it's like, you know, Heaven's Ward, you know, the classes start at 30. You know, that's like barely anything. You only have like your basic combo and that's it. Stormblood is a bunch of level 50 classes, which, again, very basic. Most normal classes haven't even really developed at that point. The 60 of Shadowbringers was pretty normal. It's like it was starting to get to the point where it's like you need to know what you're doing, but like the general like core of how it works hasn't really shown up yet. 70 is really high, and so it's like when you go and like pull it up, it's like yes, both like your standard 2 hotbars are already filled, practically. So it ends up being kind of a mess. I know my friends who have been playing, when they unlocked Sage or Reaper, basically were like, okay, how am I going to try and organize all of this? And I feel like it's something that's going to only get more and more chaotic as time goes on. So, having spent most of my time in Thavnir, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the lay of the land. The lie of the land. Okay. The lie of the land in Charlian. Even finding my way to the annex proved a challenge. Estinian returned not long after we departed from the studium. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with Scholaric. Or perhaps not. You'd better not let your guard down around Key. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make for a whole welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the Scholaric said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholaric Montagon's lecture on Turaha. Given his experience in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. Yeah, I feel like of anybody, Graha probably could have given that lecture himself, to be perfectly honest. I think if Urianger were here as well, he probably understood most of that as well. Would have like been, I see. Barely, it is most common knowledge to me already. However, please continue. Kind of stuff. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding skills was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine the way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. Perfect. So the time has come for us to go out on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Yeah, I want to get to Garlemald as soon as we can. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I mean, the boxes are like the size of her, so... I feel like Estinian can handle, carrying those big boxes. Alright. Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vitra and the alchemist of the Great Works put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how well that would go. I shall remain here, and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await a word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. Tilimsa Luminsa! Alright. It's times like these where I'm glad I have an exorbitant amount of Maelstrom tickets. Yeah, at one point I just had so many whatchamacallit them, the like company seals that I basically was like, please just take them. I don't want them anymore. So I went and just capped out over and over again on buying these Aetherite warped tickets. So I can warp to Limsa pretty much any time for free. Which is why it's like during Shadowbringers, I didn't have a single spot marked in the source for like teleportation, as like a favorite or like return or like a home destination. Because like getting there from Limsa, especially not being shoved into the main Aetherite, made a lot of stuff easier. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the elder seats here in the Sultana. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? I'm good to go. Now it's 4 of the most powerful women in the world. My apologies for calling you away from Charlatan after such a short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we can be overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through a decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plans entail? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your times in Charlatan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixali, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Razatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress had been made in such a short span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, several Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they will serve the Telophoroi every whim without any questions. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Uranja observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely precursors of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Y'shtol's analysis of the Tower's influence on the ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spies siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure that it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was all being redirected to the larger spires in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzapod contingent. Consider it an official request, from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. No. Credits. For honor and glory, for the people of Garlemald, for revenge against the Telophoroi. For the people of Garlemald. They're just people. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Nuanger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive that you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily, for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have entered delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabad. Rauban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be at your left, or better, upon your return. Will be as you left it, or better on your return. I need to turn down the BGM a little bit. Let's see here. Alright. Because there are some tracks like that one that are a fair bit louder than everything else. I swear, this one crystal is probably the one we would teleport to the most to ever since finishing Stormblood's MSQ. It's like, go to the Alamigan quarter. It's like, okay. It's like all the patch content takes you here. Alrighty. Rauban. Look at this crowd of people. Look at this crowd of people. It's the correct crowd. Ah, the Wanderer returns. You've been busy bringing down the tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations in the cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition in the formation of the Ilzapod contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid into Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your sides, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer is the best peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Wyrlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contributions on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telafroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though my every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with Ilsabard contingents, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. We will deliver the people from harm instead. I doubt they'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set forth in the Garlean soil. And Einstein, well, it's in your hands. I don't think they're gonna like me either, to be perfectly honest. You spent like 8 years of game time basically beating you guys up. A fair point. But so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person shall have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few will recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. I hope so. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love of Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. May I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. Aww. You too, Emmerich. You too. Raubon. Alright, Maxima. Maxima would have you meet your traveling companions. The other members of Ilsabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Now that I think about it, did we get like a unique set of clothing from Tataru like we did in previous expansions? Like, maybe we're going to be getting that here as we're going into Garlemald because it's so cold. Alright, who's here?
By the 12.
That's a lot of people. Hey, Lisa's coming. Oh, and the kid from the White Mage class. It's Kane-sana's, like, brother?
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose.
Yeah, let's all gather together.
We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald.
Yo, that dude's
Much
just over
lies
there
on the
doing
efforts of the
push-ups.
Ilsabard
I can get
contingent.
behind it.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia! You get to be a main character again.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end.
I'm glad that Lucia can come.
We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall.
Can we bring Sid?
Together.
Where's Sid? Sid, what are you doing? Come help.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone!
I can feel the millions of people scrying in pain seeing Lise being a part of this group. Oh no, the Lalafels! Hi, Lise. You're gonna want a different set of clothing if you're charging into the like cold of the Garlemald.
Might I ask you to speak first?
Oh. Okay.
If I must.
Your voice is much.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide
Arun's
support
voice is way
and
deeper than
protection
I
to
expected
those in
it to
need
be.
during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Okay, my dude.
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
Glad that he's like,
Raya O sends
you're
her regards,
a
Baron.
white mage, even though you're a dragoon right now. I know you're a white mage.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Hey, pirate man.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
That mischievous little Lalafell.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhole in. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship.
True.
So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do.
Also a little plunder on the way. Not much though.
Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
Perfect.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Look at all those Asgardian knights in the background, just chilling.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldrin's behest.
Lise and a bunch of Lalafels.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
Lala Brigade.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
I wonder who told her.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Lisa's definitely a lot less shouty than she was in Stormblood. But obviously she's gone through an arc and matured,
As
so.
for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
True.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
Ooh.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Ah, my boy,
Lord Emanolane!
Emanolane.
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Sorry, we've already got a gentleman of light. May your dancing, graceful prancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy folk may be all that stands between us. Dance our way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
That's
I believe that concludes
that grin.
introductions for the Grand
He's just
Company
like,
of
eh.
Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
And does they come in now?
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Oh. Azim step.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Ooh. Yeah! Push him over! Beat up the little son! I love it.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Serena!
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Yeah!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe.
We do war,
We've
and then
heard
we do
many
peace. That's the
tales
order
your
of the
bravery.
book.
We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
What's up?
And the Bosnian resistance.
Yeah.
Between them, they have a wealth of experience.
I totally
in
finished
espionage
Bastia,
and are
absolutely.
particularly
Oh.
adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous.
I'm totally not
since
stuck on the
Garlemald's
last part.
domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
Right. I believe it.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth.
They're people.
They're just people.
Yeah.
No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we.
You don't choose where you're
so
born.
do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord.
Yep.
Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey.
Sit, and Nero!
However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi.
True.
As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glacies.
Glacies.
From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
Well, that's good at least. We're not just hoofing it completely.
The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
Yeah, you don't want to get stranded in the middle of enemy territory.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
All right. Let's go to Garlemald. We get to talk to so many people. Graha, your thoughts? This is extraordinary. What? To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I am certain of it. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragoon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we are on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. Our prowess has finally been recognized via the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Gudilot is also here for helping us. With his ability as a bard, whilst his abilities as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. Mr. Sanson. I can't lie to you, Echo. I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if it means being your brother-in-arm, then who am I to pettifog? I should be hard on him, I suppose. The Bard unit is quite impressive. really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. In case you're wondering, in case you're wondering, Shiva will be staying behind to defend the 12th Wood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to her contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Greetings, Echo. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know our name and quake before our might. To victory, come hell or high water. Man, how many job NPCs are going to be here? This is great. Until the Empire fell, Guardians were the only ones who were allowed to impose tariffs upon that sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty gill. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with them hammers of theirs, they can put a good firefight of themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay Max, the Axe Master, a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time you killed Kujata and avenged that boy's parents. I remember it like it was yesterday. Often has Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. Though Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy, His Grace has elected to bolster the Ilzabad contingent with members of the Immortal Flames. As a representative of the Sultanate, we are of one in our commitment to the cause. Chokobuki. We came as quickly as we could. We will follow your example and devastate the Talafora with the full extent of our power. Were it not for your brothers, Busi, we will return soon enough. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Asm Steppe with Serena and the others. I'd say we're overdue for another adventure. And it brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times and not so good times. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, aye? I'm so glad I found you. I've your letter from Master Hamon. Let's read it together, shall we? Let's see here. I'm every confidence that your fist shall bring the Talafora to their knees. And should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabout, perhaps sing them my praises. Charming, Master. Well, more fool me for thinking that letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note existed and focus on the battle ahead. I cast my lot with the Populares to bridge the divide between Garlemald and her territories, that all may be united in the common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have suffered the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day that dream will become reality. I have led troops and battled many times, but never a unit with such a diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed of their capabilities, I expect you could provide additional insight to their strengths and weaknesses. I'd appreciate any advice you may have. I wonder how many of these job NPCs wouldn't be here if we hadn't done those classes. Well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would be, I'd have dressed it for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with other guests. Would I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Siren and Sadu of the Steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of the fellow with the enormous axe. You do that, my dude. Sevenivian! If it is an echo, 'tis thanks no small part to you that the manufacturer's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist praise. Once they've borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Alberic! Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving as your with your I'll be out there as a temple knight, serving alongside you as a temple knight, serving as with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in the coming fight. I certainly want to be shown up by your Estinian. Rustic! Ah, Radovan student. I hear from a certain student of my own who's been kept rather busy of late. You might be wondering why a Bajin would want to aid the Guardians. It's simple. I'm a gunbreaker, and my duty is to defend. The way I see it, the civilians in the capital are in need of protection, so that's what I'll do. Makes sense to me. I am glad to see you well. Echo, grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingent, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circle, closer and closer. And as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In blinding chaos she spied blackened silhouettes, and knew at once that that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save a sign of that great danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Men and their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak to die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteer to join this band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could have dreamed to be. Hey Magni, how's your ego going? With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dothar having sent so many here, I have thought to defend the steep in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my step-brothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his gradience might deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of the fair Dothari dog. As first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Good luck with that. Attack Alpha now. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling I'll see him once again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be plenty surprised by how much my swordplate's improved since we last met. Blessed are we to have many countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall be called our comrades, and mayhap friends. I have close ties with scouts of the Eastern Alliance and various resistance groups, and they're an absolute joy to work with. Alright, let's get this show on the road, Yashtola. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilzabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few will have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? And now I get to talk to everyone again. I'm down. Water, nectar of the gods, as they say. Lucia, here you go. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard only to throw my lot in with those whose secrets I was supposed to be sealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Not a set of warding scales I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Here you go. Wow, look at these! Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves another mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you got something for us. There you go. Ah, them scales that everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'd be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send a Enzar instead? But if I know, all the Captain and Admiral and Captain Hugruff told me was that they needed somebody to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they got a good sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry lands, in the middle of the salt and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever we need to do. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Yes? Scale for you. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for the opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Altoa, and learn all there is to learn on the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the 12 Wood, much less enter into Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded the Pajal. Not that I am tagging along to see the sights. Garleans would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Sirena. Here you go. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Yeah. Way colder than the steppe. Sadu's probably gonna die of frostbite, to be honest. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, but before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, much like Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared convictions. Hien and Yugi labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. You have a warning scale for me too? I do. That's one for you, my friend. Thank you for this, and for going to such extreme, incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to beware of the cold of Ilzabah. I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provision of said protection to your discretion. Let's proceed the Alamika Quarter. I'm literally wearing a fur coat. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Ba 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 ba. Alright, Alpha, no. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Oriandra and I. We still have what we wore in the Garlemald before. Istarion claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I've no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing the Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of the scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Is it? Could it be? Tataru! But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've not worn them myself? Fair enough. Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Agrimus and Bluamida have finally returned from their assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while so to keep an eye on events throughout the Eorthia. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian? Oh, why not? You can keep Kra company in the Valdesian Annex. Yes, I'd love to have you there, and I heard Agrimus and Blomida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we'll have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly! Also, I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport yourselves to another world! If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be positioned well to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few friends to take care of, and I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, only other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Alright. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. Yeah, I will be fine, because I already have a coat. Look at this. Not only is it, I'm wearing like an overcoat and like a vest and like a thing under there I got for trim. And it's foofy enough that stuff flies when I jump. So yeah, we're good. A frosty reception. The tower is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Alright. It is an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was our only most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to success on this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Recommend that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event you are defeated, you will also be able to try again for the most recent of these. Alright. Alright. Frosty reception. Unveil those clouds. Reveal the clouds.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Fly. Reveal the clouds.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
I feel like steel armor definitely gets colder in the snow. Yo, the Ishgardian boy's even cold here. Though I think he was always cold in Ishgard when we brought him there last time.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Actually, you know what? Let me take a moment. I'm going to get myself some water since this might take a bit. Alright, water's been obtained.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
That's not good.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Unless they're tempered.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion,
Vergilia.
which comprises the bulk of their number.
That's a lot of dudes.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
Of the 1st? From, like...
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War.
Tempering does a
Yet
crazy
now,
thing.
These former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
I can't see a world where these guys haven't been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Right. Oh, you're in that old coat.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Lowering their numbers.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
Makes sense. Pretty standard tactics, all things considered. Yo, that coat.
As for the
Rebel
Scions,
coat
I
on
ask that
Graha.
you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Yeah, I feel like if we just lead with the Warrior of Light, it's just announcing that I'm here. Alright. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot. Ooh, that's some cool armor.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand.
Right.
The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't want anybody here to die.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you want to play the lone wolf?
That is him to a T.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Thancred.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
I presume we're playing as Thancred here. Yeah. Alright, barrel combo. I can't move this stuff around, can I? No, I can't. Alright. So barrel combo, defense down, and then sneak. And then this is sneak attack. And then throw bombs because the enemy has no effect on heroes on magic. Alright. Okay. Assuming there's nothing else you wish to confirm, we may commence with the mission as soon as we are ready.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Okay, I see how this works. I have a limited amount of time I can be stealthed. No, father. Oh. Alright.
Seven hells.
Okay, so the more I get caught, if that meter gets to the top, then I'm screwed.
7 hells.
Crap. 7 hells. I should remember to watch my back. There we go. Come on. Faster, 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 faster. Alright. Song
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Okay.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Need that other thing over there to magically get away. Back up.
Must be losing my touch.
Not good. Not good. There's more coming. And don't turn around. Yes. Alright, now get out. Take it over here. Oh. Sudden stealth missions, sudden.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
Thank goodness.
What news from our comrades?
Health got pretty low near the end, but
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Perfect. And now to the next stage of the plan. A few moments later, the rear guard reveals a contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Uh-oh. Dogs?
Wait! Something's coming!
Yep, dogs.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Alright. Bring it on.
Fighters! Protect the others!
So many people. I'm glad to hear Shouty Lady has made it on this mission. I was worried that her career wasn't going well after what happened in the first.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing!
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
What else you got for me? Easy.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Unfortunately, zombies aren't stronger than dragons. Alright. Uh-oh. My dudes. Block it. I believe. I don't know how you disembowel a tank, but I'll do it. There we go. Oh, I get Draconian Fire just by finishing the other thing, too. Okay, so Right and Thrust and Draconian Fire activate at the same time, so I can swap seamlessly between the two combos.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Sounds pretty nasty. Meanwhile, on the front side. Who we fighting as?
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
I'm trying my best, woman.
That I did.
Grin an awful lot for a tempered person. Ooh. That is a big spear. I need it.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
We fight playing as Lise?
There's no end to them.
Oh, I shall be playing as a character known as Echo Stray. That works.
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Lance duel, let's go.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Yo, Pippin the Dark Knight, I always forget. Because he's got his dad's sword now.
We have them now. Forward!
Easy.
Right! Let them have it!
Yo, Pippin, what are you doing, my dude? That's sick. I want one. Uh-oh.
That's her. Vigilia!
Get over here.
Do not fall behind!
Give me your spear, woman. It belongs to me now. This lady is, she's taken so many hits.
Is everyone alright?
We're hanging in there. Take positions. Uh-oh. Another round.
Heal or die!
Get that debuff back on you. I'm not done with you. Where are you going? Jeez. Oh my goodness. Get off of the rocks.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
There we go. I don't know how Meteor just knocked them unconscious, but hey man, I'll take it. It was a nice meteor. Well, give me your spear.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
He thought you were running to his arms. Oh
That was
no!
the last of
Magni, no!
The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
They're good.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good.
Albrecht, you okay back
Let
there?
us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades.
It's standing out by the tree.
And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Man, that is an ominous looking building. Oh boy.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain.
There's a certain
800
beauty
years
to it,
it had
though.
been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth. Freezing, hungry, desperate, hated.
Oh, that crystal. So mechanized. I feel like
chosen, forsaken.
This place is going to break me. I can already tell by the music.
In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
He was an Ascian.
Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
MF sounds so sad in that narration. Yes. Ilsabard, Garlemald.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp.
Right. We just had a long
If
battle.
we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone.
Well, we're naming this place Broken Glass? I mean, this town probably had a name. Camp Broken Glass. Come on, violin. Shouldn't be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our progress, but our Ishgardian friends are used to working in the conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plans proceed apace. Just a little farther, then we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we're to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Stola and Graha to join us in the building to the northeast of camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Sure. So my gear's okay. My durability is looking good. How you feeling, Nishala? A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way there once I've had my head cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. Just a monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideously unholy. Even in the distance, this presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging in a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Yeah, considering she's having to get by looking at Aether and how crazy things must be right now in her eyes. I just heard somebody start to play. Alright. Hey, Graha. You'll be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby building and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. I do, however, yeah, the occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Alright. Violin's gotta stay warm out here. Raban taught me a lot about military strategies during exercises in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying this and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have the chance to put these teachings into practice. Virgilia is in our care, along with the rest of the Tempered. Glory to Garlemald, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Ugh. The Temperate soldiers are sleeping soundly until they undergo treatment. They are too many to attend at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's bells! Hell's bells, this place is bloody freezing! Rather than be tied to the topmast in a storm than suffer this cold any longer. I only want to spare a swig of rum. Also smell right nice. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. I don't know if we still got speech or not.
Our present situation is as follows.
We do.
Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
Right.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the normal people.
I have a suggestion,
Where they
if I
may
may.
be.
Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
True.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxie of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Sounds good.
Would you like a hand?
Elisa, Alize
No,
is
I am sure we
the
will
mother
manage.
of Porxies, apparently.
Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Gotta find the right parts.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position.
Right.
That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
It's hard to say what those two would even want to do.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Like they don't care?
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Sounds good.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
Yeah, you could just make a vessel go visible
That
on his
leaves
own.
us with guard duty.
I guess it does.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors.
Ah, okay.
Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Fair enough. If there are survivors, we'll surely find them. Extensive travels is something of an understatement, but I suppose there's nothing else that needs doing. Ice fields, I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. We'll find them. We agreed to come along. There's no point in complaining about the ice.
And look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Thank you. All right. I swear, Rylan, you have gotten bigger since the last time I saw you roaming about. Maybe it's because I haven't used you much since Blue Mage, but still. Gods be good. This cold, if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. You're absolutely right. Thinking something? I never thought myself of much of an explorer, though I suppose in my adventures have taken me to all sorts of strange places and distant places as well. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. I mean, we did cross the hinterlands. Emmanuelian, the man, the alien, is as usual milling about aimlessly. What ho, chums? Been giving something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblem Rime for survivors. What? Wander on ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? Take forever to finish this job without my benefit of expertise. Or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. That'll help tremendously, actually. I know I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. No, I think a telescope's a good idea. Unless it's, like, weirdly broken for some reason. A snowbank. I honestly love snowy regions, so I'm thrilled to be able to roam a route like this. This track just makes me feel something bad is just about to happen. And the truth is, something bad has been happening for a long time. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residents. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. Alright, Emmanuelian. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Then if they occurred. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo! What do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl! A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. That, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. Should be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Sounds like a plan. I'll let Lucia know where you're headed. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Sure thing, my dude. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Okay. Why do I feel like you just brought a bunch already and just drank one? And you're like, nah, it's okay. He's such a dweeb, I, don't trust his generosity to be, completely sincere, is, I think, how I would put it. dun. Footsteps in the snow. Are these berries poisonous? A trail of fresh footsteps lead east. Cerulean Sprite. Yo, what is that? What the heck is that? Overgrown that's more than... Whoa! Oh boy. That thing's disgusting. Okay. These footsteps appear to be the same as those you saw previously, and they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look like it's been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. And again, it's possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Sure. Can you go inside? No. Alright. Cutscene time. Voice or no voice? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her in the distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It'd be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Backflip. Backflip. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. Make sure to cover. Similarly, the objective will end in failure if you're too far behind. Alright. I guess I need... Probably being on the mount didn't help me there, huh? I feel like this is going to be a little bit tedious, and by a little bit, I mean very. So far, so good. Someone there. Must be imagining things. It helps having a person running right in front of you. Better catch my breath. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for. Having third-person camera angles certainly does help with stealth. I hope my luck holds. Got to keep going. They're all depending on me. Just a little farther. This is it, the final spurt. Glad that bit's over with. Stealth missions are never fun. Phew, still in one piece. Hello. Oh, who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. I'd probably survive it. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphano. This is my sister Alize and our good friend Echo. We have no intention of hurting you or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telafroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who hasn't already been enslaved. How have you been able to escape the Telafroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's just start with introductions. Can you please tell me your name? My name is Lucinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar. That terrible roar. And then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. A roar. Like what happened to the Amertines. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but I didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have a family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. I didn't know if you were... The truth is our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Better to hear it from her than us. This is everyone. The senior says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We won't be fools to be let. We'd be fools to let foreign troops straight into our homes. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the sparker with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes, do as you will. I have different words. Makes sense. Tracks in the snow. Lasinia's inner turmoil is writ on her plain on her face. Hmm? Sorry, I was finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping that things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a lot of sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I didn't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? We need a Castasuna. Is that a radio? Interesting. What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's a distance to consider. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emelian's tinctures, the ones that warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure that everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Hopefully this will help. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Tell me, have you heard of aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from winds and snow. Food production, water purification, the magic tech that sustains us has all come to a grinding halt. But machina that remain operational cannot be run for lack of cerulean. Of course, cerulean, Ingens is full of the stuff, for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Ah, as well, yes, never better. This will make you even better than never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poisoned by any chance? 'Twas a joke, 'twas a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And lest my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams of their beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my consciousness, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? I want to help. Huh? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's such a curious little thing. Is it playing music from a rock? This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amoneus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruins. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral home of Locus Amoenos. We may have founded an empire under these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe the Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. So it was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. I don't know how to give him the bad news. I don't even know if... I feel like I'm definitely not the person to give him that news. Breaking the last bastion of hope he has is... I feel it'd be too cruel. For now, at least. What's that? Got it left over for you. So this is what you gave the others? Thank you, I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Sure. Are you part of the group staying in La Terre? I saw Legatus Virgilis troops headed towards the Magna Glakis a few days ago. Are they ones you encountered? Yeah, we incapacitated them. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgila and her men are all there now, hmm? So how did you reach Magnus Glacis? Did you cross the mountain or on foot? Flew until we had to walk, basically. Airships. There might be a way to... Lucinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? I just heard a voice. A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almastry has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a legatus, then surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a problem. If you have mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach the den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Describe what you need. This film is what you have. Best watch out for those baby amacystes while we're away. I don't get why you're being so suspicious, but... Ah, yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to come across the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Find the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. I feel like I should tell Alpha now and Alize about that before I go, but I have a feeling that I'm not going to pass the message on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright. Oh! honesty. This is what they look like normally. Well, let's warm them up. I think I'm going to turn off battle music for a bit. And what was the other thing I wanted to do? It might be under character settings. Never mind. I know nothing. All right. Edwin Omu. Moo. That sound seemed like it was getting closer. Spooked me. It feels like it's only been night since we got here. Is there just something blotting out the sun, or? I'll be right back. Okay. There's just something off about this whole situation still. Maybe part of it is just the, I guess, damage that they've sustained trying to survive in this waste, but it's just something that feels wrong. I don't know what. Who goes there? How did you find us? Hey there. What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils had given away our locations, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Huh. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game sells sword. If they think they will give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. Oh, hello there. Hello. We are now allies. I'm just gonna kill yours too. May as well. Simple enough. Backflipped into a cutscene. The best way to enter cutscenes. There you are. Just after you left, Lucia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tappa's den. Well then, after you. Be on your guard. Something's off. Who are you? What happened to the gods? We wanted to talk, and then he attacked, so we defended ourselves. Eorzean and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up the chance to put the Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Guardian? You were brought here from other lands? Girabania, Yankshia, Bajja, Damaska, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean igneous, still sustaining us even with the paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if the ceruleum is just used for much these days. Well, with the city in ruins, we take enough power for our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent that we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to share. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living on here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to take back our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. The knowledge and skills we required working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we will find ways to get by, even if Garlemald we knew is gone for good. I mean, makes sense. Gone for good? Regardless of what Ilzabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, the whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Alright, Jarek. Jarek is amenable to making a deal. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? We have. What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoils sent you? To turn their enemy for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lucinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lucinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needs treatment, I doubt there's any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucinia at first, thinking she would come back with something to exchange, but I could spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Sure thing, my dude. Helps everybody. I can't for the life of me think why Lucinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. But yeah. It really gives off just... I feel like they've had to do something desperate, and they don't want us to see. Are we gonna be able to make it up the cliff face, or we're gonna have to go along? Let's just go up the stairs here. That'd probably save us some time. I'll leave the fates to them for now. I've been getting plenty of experience on my own. That path goes on forever. Or pipe, rather. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you're searching outside. They can't have gone far. And Alphino's missing? They're all gone. Well, back here? Alphino. What happened? Did they attack him? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what we know what you're about to do. What you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop in. Here to help? What rot! All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lucinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland? Tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A guardian would sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee and keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say Lucinia and her sister will react. I cannot say how the Lucinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search afterwards. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Surely they would have left tracks again. Now I know why things felt weird. Two sets of fresh footprints, a young woman judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Where are you thinking you can get to? Out in the middle. They talked about how the ice can break easily. They're not gonna fall, are they? The trails stop at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints? I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Please tell me you didn't fall through the ice. Don't be stupid. It's the empty bottle. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates that it's been there for some time and is unlikely to have any connection with Lucina and her sisters. Okay. They probably didn't head in that direction then. Up further here. Maybe take shelter underneath the ceruleum? Fresh blood. Ugh. The blood stain in the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may be severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. The way is a dead end. And there's a giant tree. Assinia. Please be alive. They both lost blood. The two bodies are already cold. For something so stupid. They took the radio?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No.
Such a pointless death.
Why? Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Them seeing us coming back with bodies is not going to help.
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Maybe we can at least give them a burial.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we never have come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? If we'd had a chance to talk things over, but it's too late now. Too late by far. A way forward. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia. And do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I understand why they did it, but it's still just something that shouldn't have had to happen. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Tapper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Would you mind not giving Lucia the full report? Treatment of the temperate is proceeding as well as it can be expected. If there's anything you report, you will be sure to know. Though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. Alphino and Alze tell me they have finished their preliminary searches for survivors, but refrain from saying any more than that. Clearly they're reluctant to provide details. May I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified.
That's good at least. Some good
They
news.
have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, Even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad.
Yeah, the tempering would do it.
Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Are rumors?
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it.
Yeah.
No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
Probably at the worst time, Xenos.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
Right.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
So they were fed against each other.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections
How
to
rich
House
was House Brutus?
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams.
Is it like a
May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
Tempering through that.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal,
The radio kept them away.
then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends! I must speak with you! A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall.
Okay. Let's talk to
Thankfully,
him.
Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Makes sense.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
You have no homeland.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths.
Very proud.
If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
Oh boy.
If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Okay. Sounds like the 3 of us.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
At least maybe try and put them in the right direction. What'd your mother say if I let you go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
I feel like this one dude's probably not stronger than Shinryu.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
He's aggressive, but I hope he's also not an idiot. You will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thinkrit in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Alright, Julius? Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I'd expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. To be honest, I'm not super worried about what he and his troops in hiding would be able to do, but it's still better to be show them what we mean peace. Alright, this is enough. Listen carefully. We head over the hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alpha now. And last but not least, there's Echo. Echo, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphano and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so if you're to run, not saunter, run, toward the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Alright. Ready to make a dash for the station. That means I can't backflip to the station. This is the worst timeline. You're running straight for a bear, Alpha now. This must be the road that he mentioned. If we follow this, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. Still better than nothing. We'd better not draw attention. That's a station, I presume. Let's not get next to the Jotun. It turned away. So who are we going to be meeting, and how is this going to blow up in our faces? This is it. First stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends know better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. As it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. More of this. North of the station is Gregorio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? Jules knows only too well the dangers lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast. Keep on to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, keep getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you are to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let's proceed. At least we're not stuck doing a sneaking mission the rest of the way. I feel like we're heading towards the, whatchamacallit, the Aetheryte over there in the distance. What's up, dude? Ow. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought different and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Alright, dude, whatever. We'll help them if you don't want us to, but, like... Alright. Shouldn't take too long to take these guys out. Just two of them. Bye-bye. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Let's get around this one. My eye is ready to burst. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Okay. I mean, as long as you are able to live with what you're doing. Though, I mean, at the end of the day, we can save them, even if they aren't your people anymore. I mean, it doesn't mean that we should forsake them. I wonder who your leader is. Maybe he'll be more sensible than this hot-headed soldier. Oh boy. Look what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantities of Primarth ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Goodbye, Pompadour Cat. Where's the Aetheryte? Don't tell me it's underground. I feel like it's underground. I'm certainly not seeing anything. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. Are we done traveling? The tunnel. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. Oh, that's a really far bottom of the stairs. Alright. Must really been underground. Hardly seems any life in the air. It's plain to see why you chose this as why they chose this as their base of operations. They would have done a lot. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, if Eulis was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander's in the locomotive over there. Sure thing. Aetherite! Come to me, Aetherite. You are mine first. It's not responding. Interesting. Alright, look out. There we go. At least they've got the music playing here, for everybody's sake.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
Interesting.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
That doesn't have to be inevitable.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
As if you can be the victor forever, though.
That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to
I'm
you
not scared of
if you cooperate.
your dudes, to be honest. But if we're trying to
We
show
will
our
not
sincerity.
resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
I would basically eat the electricity.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
As long as they don't turn out to be bomb collars.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. On the coldest, blackest of night, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
This whole area is giving me Final Fantasy 15 vibes. In like the sort of end of the world stuff with that. How everything's just kind of wasted away. Personae non gratae. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's request, or instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. For you ask, no, I don't have any key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. But if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to dissuade Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what sort of, what we can of the situation, and above all else, don't use magic of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go in wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interest, Alphinaud and Alize will pay the price. Well then, backflip. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but rather you didn't mess around with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal functions. I mean, it's the only power you've ever got, so I guess it makes sense. It's so cold. The young soldier's on the verge of losing consciousness. It's you, Echo Stray! I served under Lord Gaius at the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Petroleum fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I'm Marcel in this. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh! Damn, Tor the Suitors. Of all the times, the worst of the lot was striking distance. I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for Illard, for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike it back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. And the roar, the terrible roar. The capital's in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind attacked but body broken, soldier in name only. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. It goes both ways, unfortunately. The radio is the same model as the one Victor spoils. Perhaps this is what saves the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please will you help me tend to them? So cold, probably hasn't a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. No matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone shall keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. Hang in there, Flavius. You have a flavor to protect. Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Oh, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look at the other soldiers who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Papaya? I've never been this cold before, or this hungry in all my life. While Garlemald was but built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always warm, an inviting place. Now all we have once is in ruins. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you'd say that. I know we warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we best gain permission to have a contingent of deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Euless could persuade him, though we need to persuade Euless first. Hey, Euless. Can I backflip straight into your heart? Make you want to save yourselves? What? Soon enough? Euless, the people have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging for provisions from nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've got lots of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We've had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are going to get worse instead of better. If the ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. This is a mysterious countryman of yours, I presume. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spied a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted. Oh, the bastards were its loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in it. We've identified the seat of the enemy power, we realize. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the Provincial Legion to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies alive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills, and we shall reclaim the capital by our own hands. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At any rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree? No, he will not place Garlemald in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Okay. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Alright. We're gonna kill him with kindness. Save him with kindness. Finally level 83 stuff. Dungeon must be near. Eulis finds himself in somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassador of an enemy contingent on a salvage message. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. Our first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You would remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Sure thing, dude. These guys better not do anything permanent, like it's Alpha no Anaze. All right. You're hoping to find ceruleum in all of this? So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all the buildings. Actually, the recreation area came first as the houses were built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus of Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as for ceruleum, as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must secure the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Them keeping them caged with collars probably isn't doing much for the whole seeing us as savages things either, to be honest. Though maybe if we can get by without incident, then maybe it'll improve the situation? I feel like it's not that easy. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at as a shopkeeper. There's nothing inside the resembling Magitech or anything other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. I wonder what Emmett Selk thought of this place. Seeing it now. What do you think about seeing what's happened to his empire? A cursory inspection of the wreckage. Wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have been long drained of ceruleum, as Eula said. I don't imagine there will be much need for Magitech in the Ark of all places, but then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald, and they may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. That's a good point. What exactly are they using it for? Or rather, maybe like street lamps? I mean, it's basically fuel, right? Here's the map. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solis. The pond, children play there, to your knowledge, however, none of them would require the use of ceruleum. Might as well grab this. And I saw the last one off in the distance over here. This, whatever it is, appears to be some sort of symbolic meaning related to this park. Even though the place is named after Solus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Good question. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer appearance, appears to be no more than a children's slide. Koji, why are you like this? Hey, Euless. Hey. Oh, it's you. Any luck? Not particularly. There's no sign of any ceruleum. Huh. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but noticing you're gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when I was all said and done, every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around out like that. The pond was heated? With a ceruleum-powered heater, by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing a tank beneath a hatch. But that was long ago. The water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing. I can remember where the hatch might be. But the war market most likely broke, and the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Euless, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garland would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signifiers and metaci, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you will mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. This tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. All we have to do is warm ourselves up after. But that's insane! So, fancy a dip? little friendly competition might make things interesting. The least thing we need is you catching a cold. It says, step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time! I believe. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method. With Alphino's help. In we go. This is a lot shallower than I thought it would be. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to the insult, the icy wind on your damp clothes chills you to the bone. Gods be good, it's cold! Perhaps we should have just listened to Euless after all. You delve into icy murk but come up empty-handed. Yep. I feel like it's maybe this one? Surely they wouldn't have the thing be super, like, in the dead center of the pond. The way you catch one, what you think might be a handle. Alright. You open the hatch and retrieve the cerulean tank! Oh. However, your grand discovery came at a great personal cost, as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body. This will doubtlessly feel compelled to pinch his nose and check when you deliver to him your prize. Hey man. Better than them freezing to death. I basically am like immune to the elements. Like, this is not worse than Shiva. I got turned into an icicle. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Temperature regulator cerulean tank. That's it! And there's still some ceruleum left. And the fire's still not ready. But hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. How do you even have trees out here? Call me New Dawn, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still an envoy deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Euless, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire, awarded in state. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. But at the cost of the happiness of countless others in faraway places. And although summer came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite of ice, the ice would melt, and the forgotten grass would make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sun rise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble now. Those friends are dead. And the memories? But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Just a little longer. Hopefully they don't try to hold on too long. I don't think it's going to work out the way you think it will. Now that the fire's burned out, Euless is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Okay. Let's go. Bye, Emmett Salk. I hope you enjoy your park. As you can see, the place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. When my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those who took more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it would be quick to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. But before even bothering though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still prove at an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive. Not should you need more, come see me. Understood. Let's get to work. Alrighty. According to ceruleum gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. Gauge appears to be broken. Give you no way to determine. Let's hold up. I feel like the very closest one isn't going to just have it. Alright. What about back here? Please open. Let's try this one. You choose War Marker's ceruleum tank to find. It's still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Euless will be pleased with your discovery. I figured it was going to be in the back. I want to make you waste a few trying on the, like, ooh, who knows, kind of deals and go back to Euless. More explosive. Wait, is that what I think it is? There you go. You got another one. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we head back. Wait here while I go and see how Alize and Alphino are faring. Okay. See how long he makes me wait. Huh.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh my. I was wondering if you guys would show up.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel.
Interesting. Did the message not get out?
An interesting development. And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
Hang in there, Thancred. Though we've got the harder job, I feel. Or at least the
They
twins
had
do.
not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Yeah, that's kind of how it turns out most of the time.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Fair enough. If only your Aetheryte were working. Just zoom right over. You can at least warp us there? You are. Great.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Savages, indeed.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
If you'd let us use magic.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
It was, Quintus. Quinn.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
The armor?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
Okay.
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here.
He's not thinking they can go and just charge at the palace now, do they? Be suicide. I doubt their people are coming. Are they gonna make a one final hurrah?
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Their pride won't let them.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Don't do it.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be fine. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Such a fool, Quintus. This isn't going to do you any good. Alpha no analyze will be fine, provided they do not resist. Ale lacta est. Once again, Ulysses has been entrusted with an unenviable task. We will accompany you back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to the Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Ili for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Okay. You're the guy who was barely standing. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So that's the way of it, after all of this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. They're gonna... He wants the Magitech armored people to get killed and spark a conflict? Would they just rather die in battle? They're having us... Oh. What do you want with me? Ask the ill. The Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. They would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature and defeat him. We too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. What are you doing, Quintus? It's definitely going a lot. It's not as simply as I was thinking was going to happen once we got to Garlemald. Alright. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the ill? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now, like it or not. We have to cooperate. There's one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Is it your home? Not expecting to see it again. Everything's just bombed out. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
Oh, they recognized the radio bit.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to.
Oh no.
And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
I can't hate you, Euless.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you.
But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world?
None.
But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms.
Us versus them.
A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have.
You've been looking for since Bahamut.
God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong.
I can
Stronger than
guarantee
you
it's
even know.
wounded them before.
Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
There's our good friend.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
It's not nearly enough for them, though.
Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you! This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure.
Under failure.
Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
Going down with the ship.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Don't do it. This.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
It's probably already too late. Yeah. If it means that others may live, I guess. It's not a good situation, but at least it's better than everyone dying. Still, such a pointless death. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Strange bedfellows. With the imminent crisis averted, Lucia seeks to gain a clear understanding of the present situation. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while refugees in their cave were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risked the welfare of the people they were sworn to protect. Except, I don't feel like they were sworn to protect the people, they were sworn to protect the nation. There's a major difference between those two concepts. To them, the people can be replaced, but the nation can't. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we are to arrive in the force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, and perhaps they could be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Ulysses back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling to leave, but for the time being, I will take what I can get. Alphina, Alzay, and the scouts have been sent to extricate them. Okay. Alphina, Alzay, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will have our comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Pursuit of power. Outside? Rimlord would like your opinion on something. Ah, it's just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rimlord of Ishgard. I have been put in charge of arrangements with Tappersden, you see. However, the very first of the Tappers to become bearing Ceruleum has asked quite a lot of us, if I do say so. They wish our help in getting Tunga Platform G up and running. The very same that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from the conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping me to make the call. In that case, thank you for your willingness to assist. Let's go and speak to the Tapper in question. He is a man by the name of Appius. Alright, where are you, Appius? Around the corner? I suppose you must be the friends Remelot went to fetch. You have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Do not misunderstand. I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my proffered deal would be a boon to us and the Ilsabard contingent alike. I used to work for Junter Platform G, you see, so I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on that technicality. I was the supervisor, rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought that we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase the capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies. Which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you have your share of ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? I'm a little uneasy about this. Considering what just happened, I need some more details. Yes, I've been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with the military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors should have no reason to suspect I would want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard about anything but ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless but I agree they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way, you can assure that I don't do anything suspect. Then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objections. I trust you will see anything amiss. Let's begin proper the inspection then. We can get back to work as soon as you're ready, Echo. I will save this for later. Because this looks like an escort. And I want to take care of things with this. And then we'll wrap up for the night. Oh. Thankfully, it looks pretty much further away than it actually is on the map, but thankfully it seems like we can get there pretty quickly. I do look forward to being able to fly here though. There's a couple of places I'd love to be able to get a better view of, like these tankers and the pipeline. bombshells? Are those graves? Considering everything, it's hard to tell one or the other. Could be even be both. I hope Alpha and Alice aren't taking this too hard. I know they're going to be distraught, especially after what happened with those two sisters. Really? Go away. Come on. Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you'd best see for yourself. Echo and Euless. We've arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late? What? Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news of the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No. No, he wouldn't. Thancred and others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just the moment. I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It will be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Oh. I. You know, I think I'm actually going to end here. We'll start next time with trying to get the refugees out. Oh, that'll be tomorrow morning. Ugh. Whew. We've made a lot of progress today, though we're still only at 83. I can definitely believe when they say that Endwalker is much longer than Shadowbringers was, so... Hope you have a good day. And I will see you all tomorrow. Take care.